What's everyone doing? Son of a bitch. Okay, well, it's not working. There we go. I thought I was gonna wake up 30 richer, but it was an illusion. Yeah, I don't know. Nothing happened last night. I'm still getting like server errors trying to get today's data. I don't know what the hell's going on. A lot of my data's been wonky today too. Yeah. Hmm. Alright. So, another test of 5001. High of 512. Very much in the same position we were in last night, with maybe a little vol shorting into open. Looks like futures are failing. Hmm. Tech is down across the board still. Netflix is down 8%, which is awesome, by the way. By the way, what was the expiry on your Netflix ratio spread? Let me take a look. April 26th. So it's like next Friday. NVIDIA DNGN. NVIDIA DN isn't relevant. It's super fucking far out of the money. Gamma neutral's at 841. So it's below GN. All right. Let's see if that's gonna load. Hey, it loaded. Okay. Now I can give you guys a chart in the SPX channel. Sorry about that. Looks like 5,049.75 are the major strikes to the downside. We have a pretty decent ramp. There's some put walls at 50-10, 50-20. If we get above 50-25, we could bounce up to 50 again. Upside's pretty flat. War in the Middle East means markets are flat. Lame? What war? What are you talking about? Nothing happened last night, right? Just a little, some fireworks. When I wake up, the first thing I do is check futures. When I saw we were down 100 bips, my first thought was, how bad was Netflix earnings? What do you look for before buying zero DTs? That's a pretty broad question. A lot of things. But, I mean, most of trading zero DTs is just risk management. There's very little to do with predictive power. Especially when volatility is this high. You're mostly just trying to get a contract at a decent price that will net a return before it nets a loss. I see a rotation from tech to other sectors occurring. My IWM call QQQ put strategy is working well. Ew. That's not that, I don't, not as an offense, but small caps are not the target there. If you're trying to get exposure to sectors that have underperformed tech. I thought there was a mass exodus overnight. Did they pump it back before open? Yep. Here, we can go look at the futures chart. This is what it looked like. Kind of back to close. Actually, we're like right at close right now. Is it bad that I really want zero DTE puts? Maybe. Tech's got a nice little reversal going. Kind of tricky to determine where momentum is here. Delta's rising a bit. A lot of of volume everywhere. So if we get above 50-20, that's got to be the goal, right? Get back above that. Let's see where this goes. Who the fuck is shorting GoEV? No idea. Oof. Jesus Christ. That was rough. I think ES is going to push for that 5100 test. We got to break 20. 20 is the put wall. Stop here. Sell off to 10. That still looks a little bit bullish. Alright. Getting a pretty decent amount of call selling coming in. Puts are getting shorted pretty heavily too. So maybe just a lot of strangles. Like short strangles coming in. If we can get above 45, we can break out. Looks like important levels are going to be like 30, 30 and like 46 to the upside. If we fail 59.75 to the downside, that would be extremely bearish. I don't know if failing 5,000 would be bearish enough. I mean, it's gonna be a little bit bearish, I suppose. That is selling off really hard. Supports right here at 55.05. All right. Son of a bitch. Are we gonna fail here? We could. It seems like we should have support at 5,000. 505. Some. This is where we kept bouncing yesterday. Okay, we got some steady buying coming in. There's also some de-risking going on, though. It looks like closing short puts at 5,000, 510, or 50, 50, 50, 10. I just got a chance to read the BNED stuff today. Well, nothing is moving too much. I think paying off debts is good. And the preferred stock option seems bullish to me. Thoughts? I mean, I think it's a positive, yeah. It's much better than the company going out of business, right? And they can always get a little bit more tacked onto the ABL facility because banks don't want them to fail. But I can tell you, anybody picking up those rights to exercise at $5 is definitely going to want to. They're definitely going to. They're definitely going to want to exercise at $5. Do you have the Greeks for crowd? I might not. All right, looks like we're going to get another bullish push here. Maybe retest 20. They really need to get it through 20 to stabilize it. Otherwise, we're in a range where we could keep selling off back to 5,000. We just won't get any recoveries today, but that could also mean that we just chop in a $20 fucking range all day, which would really suck. I don't think there's any important data today at all. Goolsby speaks at 10:30, and that's about it. He's been kind of dovish. Maybe 35. Those are still way out of reach. All right, let me see what I got for crowd. Yeah. Delta neutral 268, gamma neutral 303, gamma max 336. That's the price to buy the shares, CMO. Or Lawrence. Or CMO. There's a there's a preferred stock option at 5. I know it's not the best way of shorting vol, but what are your thoughts on buying cheap VIX 15 puts for like 30 days out? They're 19 cents for May 24 15s. I don't think we're gonna see VIX 15 anytime soon. ES 5063 test. Pretty fucking weak consolidation. Let's see, 5063 doesn't seem that wild. Calls are super overpriced. Everyone, all the options are super overpriced. $50, $63, $75. Right now, I mean, this is still just a bear flag. You need to get above 5,100 for it to be a reversal, which makes it exceedingly risky. Delta little by little, but not very strong. 50, 30, 50, 25 are the important levels to the upside now. So those are getting a little bit closer to spot. Diamond bottom, baby. Jesus fucking Christ, why is NVIDIA not failing here? I don't think there's a lot of put interest to the downside of 30 on NVIDIA. Also, it looks like a lot of tech is kind of flat. That's definitely where the weakness is, but I think like yeah, Dow and Russell are still outperforming, so plenty of breadth. ES is getting real close to positive. Oil's up a tiny bit. Gold's falling back. Dollar's back under 106. Short yield on vol is at 6%, which is still pretty bearish. think finish above 50-50 or below 5,000 is more likely today. I think there's a really good chance that we end up kind of flat between 5,000 and 50.25. We're not going to get 50-50 unless we can get past the put walls. There's a pretty big one at 20. The downside will be protected because of the risk and the sold puts, but which gives us kind of a really narrow range if nothing breaks, right? I think bulls might have like one decent pump in them here, but if it fails, we're going to be right back at this. I'm equally impressed and disgusted at the amount of controlled banks have over the market. Is QQQ selling off? Not really. It's market maker day. Bye. We'll see. Well, the market maker really wants to be a little bit above this. Hmm. That still looks pretty good on like the 15. Not going very hard on the short vol though. A little bit of buy pressure. Let's see. What strikes are they picking up? Mm. This is going to be kind of boring. How do the Bulls have anything left after pumping all night? And after pumping all night, you'd think they'd want to protect the positions they bought into. That's on more covered calls right now. I only have a third of my position out in covered calls. Ew. Hold on. me take a look at Zom. Bounced pretty hard this morning. I don't know. A third? It depends what level you're selling them at, I think. That's probably the most important aspect there. Is that a failure on the bear flag? Pretty close. That's gonna shoot him up. Fail. Another bounce. VIX is pushing up into 1850 again. Bull trap. Delta's getting kind of low. Uh, $50.44. Still like a little room for this left to bleed. 1956. Ooh, 5,000 test. A fucking weak bounce. Damn. Yeah, bulls aren't getting a leg up here at all. Tank it? Maybe. Yeah. It's rough. If we slip 5,000, resistance at 90, and then pretty straight path to 49.75 where the JPM puts are. Ooh. Do we fall under Vana neutral here? Alright, futures broke the trend, right? So this is a breakdown on the bear flag. If we go out to the bottom of it. Let's see. Big spike in buying. That didn't really go anywhere. So kind of trending down. Uh, 50-23 level on futures is pretty important. That's like 49.85. We're failing the 50-50 now. Kind of tried to bounce back to it, but we got rejected. Let's go. Ball's turning back up again. Gold hitting, it's 17C ramp. Nice. Yeah, really weak bounce. Well, this is tough, right? Because we're under the synth long. Since this won't take a shit, I'm gonna have to. What should I listen to? Dies Irae, Ligeti Requiem 2, Kyrie, Molto Espressivo. Summer by Vivaldi. So well, Four Seasons, but specifically summer. So MM's selling literally everything here now. Yeah, yeah, that's pretty accurate. The bottom of the gap is also the S1 pivot point today, so that'd be double support, so to speak. Okay. Which gap? Is there a gap on ES to the downside? Son of a bitch. Oh. $46.05. Have the CTAs been triggered? They've, yeah, I mean, for a while. Okay, so 90s kind of an important level here. Although we're gonna get increased put buying on the breakdown of 5,000. Pushing VIX 19. VIX 19 might be a reversal point. Although it may not, which is kind of frightening. 5026 is VWAP. On the 5-minute. Let's see. Yeah. Starting to get a decent amount of puts at 85.80. There's a shitload of puts at 75, obviously. Increase in delta on those positions must be enormous. And we've got delta falling off on the 5,000 calls, increasing on the 5,000 puts. Dealer's still selling the flat tape under 5,003. That's why I shorted it there. If they try to reverse it, it's probably going to fail. Big pumpy. This one's got a little bit more volume on it. Jesus fucking Christ. 15 bip candle. Oh, we broke back above 5,000. So this is retesting the trend. We're boofing now, and this is a big pushback. We'll see. Everything's still super fucking bearish though. So they've still got to get it back above SPX 5,003, which is what we're kind of testing right now. If they fail that, then the MM is still going to be selling the flat tape. ES. Yeah, ES got a bunch of support at 50.30, which is kind of a weird Kind of a weird spot. Ooh, they didn't get it back. Interesting. Hmm. That looks fucking terrible. Forward returns are almost negative. Hmm. Almost the entire market's flat. Look at this shit. That's so weird. That's the last hour. But still strange. Nothing's really moving. Care about 5303 right there. I have a color for that. Boopy. Second attempt at 5512. They've had a hold on it for weeks. What? When the fuck have we been at 5512? What's up, Popcorn? Bears are afraid of bulls. Bulls are afraid of bears. I don't think bears are all that afraid. They have, like, every advantage here. That's a big failure. NVIDIA down to 815. Nice. He's looking 15 futures contracts out in front. What Goolsby say? Progress on US inflation has stalled. Not all data suggests labor market overheating. I see more space for progress in services inflation from labor supply increases. Persistently high housing inflation is main short run problem. Proper Fed policy going forward will depend on the data. The Fed's current restrictive monetary policy is appropriate, except it's not restrictive. Yeah, we tried, I guess. Is that a rejection of 5,000? Yes. Do you see SPX finishing at 5,000 still? If we keep finding support at 90, yeah, losing 5,000 is kind of a big deal. Well, 5,003. So this is a breakdown, right? So this is out of that range where we could get locked up between 5,000 and 5020. How much momentum we're gonna get on this is a whole nother question, but I mean, we could get a lot if we can lose 90, which is, you know, where our support is. We're getting a serious pushback here, though. They're definitely trying to fight the trend. The biggest benefit here for the bears is that the MM is constantly selling. So, you know, kind of the inverse of when we're above gamma neutral and the MM's buying the dip. Now the MM's selling the dip and they're selling the bounce, which makes it mechanically very difficult to get a reversal, or at least one with any strength, unless that reversal were to take us above 5,003, which, as you can see, it didn't. Where's MM long Vana? Under 4075, 4073. We got a ways to go before that happens, and we'd have to do it quickly. You can't just go under that point. It's a moving target. So you need like a really rapid drop in order to break that part of the MM's hedge. Kind of like what happened when Kashkari was speaking. Something like that. Why futures is fucking finding support at 50-30 is beyond me. But things might be starting to get a little bit more bearish on the longer time frames. Pretty sure 90 is a lot of the sold puts, at least for today, are at 90. Yeah, game is not exactly easy to push through to the downside, but it's not really bad until we get to 40-50, and then it becomes significantly harder to move further down. Okay, we got kind of a push up in put volume there. Might be starting to get some out of the money puts getting bought here. Bears are getting a little bit more confident on breaking the resistance. Yeah, 85.80 picking up a bit of volume. Looks like 70, 75. A lot more volume at 50, but that's probably sold. They're going to try to keep VIX from breaking 19. I think this is where we should be watching for risk, right? Not this. Just VWAP on ES. Oops. $5,000 test. Hmm. Got VIX a little bit lower this time. Hmm. Yeah, they got charm on their side a little bit. The fuck was that? Another failure. Oops. Yeah, it's starting to turn into a megaphone. Vol's gonna pick up because they keep bouncing it, right? Or keep trying to bounce it. So we're getting more realized vol. But the lows are pretty flat. I don't think 95 is actually that important right now. So if bulls break 503, we're going up. No, not necessarily. I mean, it's just they need to break it in order to stabilize price action. Reddit rocketing. Can the market crash Monday because it's after OPEX? I suppose. Spy 5-minute candle at 4 million. There's a shitload of options interest on Spy 500. Remember, guys, SLD ends on Monday. True. Yeah, it's true. The biggest problem with these downside moves off of the breakdown of 5,000 is we're not getting any capitulation from short vol at all. Still somewhat supportive. Let's buy calls. Hmm. God, this is boring. Which one of you is blasting the bear song at home right now? Thanks, Hollaback at ya. I want more downs. I mean, me too, but all in due time, right? Let's see what happens. Dixie's floating up a little bit. Yields are starting to look a little bit better. Getting closer to flat at least. Correlation on the 3-month is rocketing. Correlation on core 1 month is flat. Carry trade's still getting levered up today. And they got the forward yield on vol at 6%. And the 10-2 at 7. That's fun. VIX is still massively in backwardation. The push up is faltering a little bit, but they got it above charm, so at least the dealer is not selling into the flat tape for now. I'd have a better idea of momentum if there was any. There really isn't. It's in the longer time frames. It's flat. It's just flat. Flat fucking. There's no momentum anywhere. We got rejected off of 50, 44, 75, which is support on futures. This flat tape, man. It means if nothing's happening, there's no orders, the MM's selling. It also means if there are orders, the MM's selling. So I mean, the MM below charm neutral is selling in like in all conditions, but they're also selling if nothing is happening. So it's like a constant sell pressure. But we're above it now, so well, not right now. But if we fall back below it, then they start selling it again. This is honestly impressive. It's grindy. It's definitely a struggle. I think I'm more impressed that vol isn't at like 25 right now. After last night, it fucking absolutely should be. It looks like CTA buy levels are all above like 5,200. So even if we get a sharp bounce at any point, CTAs are still gonna be sellers. Yeah, it looks like the revenue outlooks for Netflix are garbage. Hmm. Is VIX 19 like the boogeyman? Once the problem is once vol starts moving, right? It's not so much VIX 19 or VIX 20, right? It's about keeping VIX stable because if vol starts moving, the forward return on it is positive, right? So people are going to keep buying it, which compounds the risk really, really rapidly. So I would say that stability in vol is more important than the level of vol. They've been shorting the fuck out of VIX for days now. It doesn't necessarily matter though, right? One big move down and it's gonna move up really, really fast. And we're still like substantially higher than yesterday's close, right? It's still up like 3% on cash VIX. VIX 3 month is up 1.5%. VIX futures are up 1.5%. That forward convexity yield is still like 5%. A lower low here would be very interesting. Or extremely bearish. Don't think we want to see a higher low. Uh, yeah, it's not really. It's not really a thing. All right, let's see if bears are gonna get more aggressive on this drop. Bulls are already pushing back against it. Mm. Although put interest is picking up. Not a lot of calls closing. Although I'm not sure there are a lot of calls. Like once we get below 49.90, there's just not much call volume at all today. We have a decent amount of gamma falling off today too, so towards the back half of the day, things are probably going to get a lot more volatile. And if we're under 5,000 as that happens, the effect of that increasing charm is going to be bearish. VIX's sensitivity is slightly increasing, but yeah, it's still very negatively correlated. The weekend sell-off should be epic. Maybe. Yeah. My question is, who are the buyers? I would say short vol. They're in the worst position. Everyone who pumped massive amounts of leverage into short vol, which has been, like 15x leverage ratio on short vol for the last 6 months, right? And that's starting to break down, but that's who's fighting back. They're that's definitely where the majority of risk is, at least as far as the equity market goes. Who knew failing 5,000 would necessitate SPX go down to 49.50? No, we keep failing 5,000 now. This is... I don't know. I still don't see short vol pulling back any risk though. Right? They're still selling puts into the drop, which is exceedingly annoying. I wish they'd fucking stop it. It's a brilliant strategy. It's dumb as shit. Hmm. PT on gold, 6 months. Don't have one, but if currency risks remain elevated, which they're likely to, we'll probably see more demand for gold over time. Why wouldn't all the overnight buyers dump and we go back to 49.30? Well, they're not going to dump unless we fail 49.75. The crazy thing is there's a fuck ton of delta at 49.75 from the JPM collar, right? And like on the upside of that, it's slightly supportive, but it shouldn't be supportive enough to counteract the breakdown of the 750,000 puts that are at 5,000. Oh, goody. Is this just a head and shoulders at this point? Like a really fucking sloppy one? And ascending? Hmm. I don't like the fucking higher low. Yields are cooling off a bit. That was a... Hmm. Forward yield on vols now down to 4.72. So that's getting pushed down pretty hard. Still a long way from zero. Hmm. Carry trade leverage has been getting pushed up all night. Is it still below trend? All right. Well, this would be roughly where a head and shoulders would fill. Did we fail to fill that gap, or did we fill it? We filled it. So, pushing off a little higher delta, but there's like still don't really have any leverage here. Stable but shitty. Charm, a little positive at this price, but failing. No fucking uptick in vol though. Still just getting crushed so hard. Yeah, we still want to lose. That was a weaker bounce, but we still want to see a loss of the like the 50-25 level before we could really move down. And even with that, we have support around 5,000 ES. Left another gap too. They never get punished, do they? I mean, they're already severely punished, right? There's a metric fuck ton of underwater short puts right now to the upside. Like 5100, 5200, 5150. Huge piles of short puts that are fucking deep underwater. And now 5,000, which is, you know, literally 750,000 puts, right? It's not underwater a lot, but it's underwater. It's a second gap. A little bit of momentum on this. Some sellers coming in. Did that fill back or no? Nope. I'm sure they're not all sold, but a lot of them are. Those that the big like it was like I think when it was first established, it was like 650,000 calls, 650,000 puts, like right around that size. And it was built up over a couple days back in like Feb when we broke up through these levels. Um, but I would say that the majority of the puts of that strike are sold, like a lot of them. Why don't they just turn it into a ratio spread and buy twice as many out of the money puts? They still have to close the calls. Yeah, I guess you could. Failure to fill the gap here would be sweet. Nope. Can Gary Vee rise against the market downturn? Maybe. That reminds me, I gotta check something on that. Ooh, nice. Lower low. Lower low and vols 2% lower than it was on the last test. Fantastic. They're shorting the absolute fuck out of it is what they're doing. OPEX? Huh. This is what, day 21 on Reg Show? No. Can you? Yep, still on Reg Show. Curious. Closer. Head and Shoulders is breaking down, but the neckline's also just 49.90. So we'd have to get a continuation. Vol's starting to pick up again. Still kind of like that better. It did leave an upside gap, which is kind of interesting. Future's going for its third test of VWAP here. Let's see. Okay. Yeah, we're getting some call selling, we're getting some put buying. There's definitely a little momentum on this. Bears are doing pushes. Total deltas is at its lowest level for the day, or the most negative for the day. Okay. Alright. This is interesting. This will be harder to maybe reverse. Let me see where puts are accumulating. Fucking everything's loading so slow today. 49.80. 85 is still kind of weak, but 80, 75, 70 look good. This is what we want. We want the rising IV because it pressures the short puts out. And then if we get short put capitulation, we'll get bigger spikes in the IV, and the realization of further increases in the IV will be smoother. What's this synthetic long position going to do? I highly doubt it's going to close. It's spread out over several expirations. Will bulls be forced to do an end of day 0 DT or 1 DT mega call buy to pump up SPX? If we lose 90, yeah, possibly. Into the weekend. Or we could just sell off into the weekend. So I would say that both are possible. There's definitely a lot of geopolitical risk going into this weekend specifically. What's the 5.5 million volume? 1 minute candle on TLT. Sounds like someone bought a lot of TLT. Bulls can't afford to lose today. They've already lost. I don't know what you mean. There's no winning here for the monthly expiration. I mean, we opened over 5,000, so they got to save some of that in the AM expiry, but not a lot of it. And then, I mean, short of the Bulls getting it back to like 51.25 by the end of the day, they're definitely not in a winning position anywhere down here. I don't know. It's still on Reg Show. It's interesting. It's very, very illiquid. They shorted it pretty hard today. Borrow rate's still sky high. I mean, yeah, it's got the recipe. It's just no one may be cooking. I don't know what I'd want to see it hold. It's still up about 37% from its low 5 days ago. So if they used ETFs to stuff the move up, then Monday would be settlement for that. It's a big if. But the ETF liquidity's fallen off pretty hard. So, I mean, they definitely leveraged them to some degree, especially the last 2 days. Slow bleed is bullshit. VIX looks like it's gonna spike. Or fully reverse. Allergies are killing me today. Hi, I'm the new kid on the block. Thanks for making this stream. Yeah, no problem, Jim. Welcome, welcome. VIX to 40 in 2024. That'd be cool. I also wouldn't mind VIX to 40 today. Although unlikely. Markets can't crash before OPEX, right? Allergies today? Bearish? I don't know if it's bearish. It sucks. Allergies have been awful lately too. It doesn't help that I've been moving mulch all week. Don't do that. I know a guy named Jim. We call him butt stuff. No idea why. All right. Red shirt today. It's maroon. It's not red. Do you think I choose my shirt for the stream during the overnight session? I'm Jim's wife, actually. Jim is my husband. I have his screen name. Well done. It's very sneaky. Jim, since you're new here, heads up, if you're in a healthy relationship, don't have her watch the stream. Gherk is a savage. Too late. Rims and Thames. Too late. It's marooned down here. Ha. Hey, Gherk. Super. You've been here since day one, Mike. Thanks for selling me all your zero DTs yesterday. I've relocated to a shoebox. I gotta leave in about 15 minutes for an appointment. Question before I go. Would you share what you think is a decent over the weekend play besides straddling and VX futures? I kind of like strangles also. But women aren't on the internet, so that can't be Jim's wife. True. Yeah, that's confusing. Oh, fucking break this already. Jesus Christ. There we go. See, Vix is doing a little thing. Do more of that thing. No, 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 the other way. There you go. Fucking bullshit. KMI and air calls are up quite a bit. I think they keep moving up, even if the SPX goes down. I have no idea. Yeah, Kinder Morgan looks pretty good. What was the other one? Air. Air is gonna have a little bit more index exposure. But it looks like a solid recovery. Holy shit. New low. Now we can bounce all the way back to 50 20 before testing 1 cent lower later in the day. I can't believe how well the Bulls are winning. Well, they might lose here, you know, which would be fucking nice. That's kind of bearish. Please thicken the 90 line. Oh, because we're below it? Sure. Is that better? It doesn't do any good. Ooh, failure. Oh, nice. That's the good stuff. Motherfucking son of a bitch. ES is gross looking. But God, the bleed is so slow. Hmm. I don't want to get stopped out for like the next 15 minutes. size of these candles is starting to make mine feel inadequate. I'm sorry to hear that. Would you consider cutting the in the money AMD spread from the pickle jar play? The 150p are already in the money. Are you talking about like the short put? I closed the short put like a couple of days ago. As soon as the profits from the first long put exceeded the price of it. You missed a billionaire milestone, chat. Did I? Oh shit. Thanks again, Pickle Man, for what you do. I hope this is one of many milestone chats today. VIX to 30. That'd be cool. Or you know, 19. Can you explain the weakness of the yen in simple terms? They have a very low central bank rate, um, which makes shorting the yen and buying the dollar attractive. Yeah, that's pretty simple. Can this just tank already? No, it's gotta grind everything out for hours on end while slowly slipping a couple dollars every 2 hours. But possibly before noon we get a bigger down or big downs. That'd be cool. That's what I'm hoping for. Because momentum is slowly becoming more and more bearish. And that means that we might start to see some of the short vol here actually fucking capitulate. Which is what we need. That's what we need for a big leg down, is we need short vol to get pressured, and then we need it to close. And if it closes, we'll get a spike in vol. More short vol will want to close. Short vol doesn't capitulate, it only doubles down. Well, it hasn't really been at risk until right now, right? I mean, I guess like a couple tests earlier, but those weren't really presenting a lot of risk. They didn't have any momentum. There was no sell side on futures backing it. Yeah, I traded futures last night. It was fun. I made a bunch of money, and then I lost a bunch of money on the reversal, and then I made a little bit of money on the bounce. It was net positive, but it wasn't fantastic. When are we gonna get a late night future stream? Literally never. It's like a pain in the ass. I have to like set it up in OBS. I don't want to do that shit. Did you know it would bounce? I mean, I figured it would bounce eventually. But I had like bracket orders to the upside. Um and they just weren't like wide enough because the bounce was so big. And so I ended up losing a little bit of money on my shorts that got burned. It was a pretty fast bounce. There's a gas company called Accelerate Energy that deals with LNG. It has revenue, global exposure to leasing, time charter, and gas. You might be interested. I could check it out. I have UGI, which covers a lot of those bases already. This is taking so fucking long. Don't want a higher high here. De-risk. Maybe? No. It's probably something to watch too. No love for Barry. What? Oh. Welcome aboard. Weren't you already a zillionaire? Thank you so much, man. Hit me up if you need me to get you added. Oh my god, no wait, it's Barry. Barry's back. Oh, shit. Enough of this sloppy choppy on SAX. I got some sloppy choppy for your inbox. Happy Friday, Greg. Happy Friday, Nuke. Oh yeah, You want to be part of the conversation or not? Not just Barry, the Barry. I see, I see. Welcome back, man. I think we're gonna recover hard and have a crazy summer rally. Okay, as long as we can drop 20% by then, I'm on board. I like it. Really, I only came back to regain access to Dillionaire to access JFresh's sweet AI generative art. JFresh doesn't hang out with us as much anymore. He spends all his time hanging out with people on Twitter and complaining about artificial intelligence. Are you mocking my love with this of Victorian homes with this stream title? Sure. If you feel attacked, then that was the intention. $20 drop now? I'd like that very much. Very, very much. Being the town crier for AI is hard work, and we appreciate that. Wow, just put a dagger in my heart. He bought a check mark on Twitter, and now he's too cool. What a sellout. So the check marks are free now if you have enough, like, you get them automatically if you have enough followers. But yeah, I agree. It's a big shill. Maybe. Still no short vol capitulation, which is gross. But we might lose 90 again, which would be nice. I feel like I want to put the support right there. And then I want to put holes in it. Boom. It's so weak. Wish the bulls would just drown already. Like, just let it dump to 49.50 and then pick up the pieces. Grow up. Nope, you can't get QQQ bottom left. This is what I fucking paid for. Let's go. One second. Someone's at my door. Oh. Finding stability here is bullshit. Although that's still falling off pretty nicely. Let's stay under 90. That's what I would like. Wait, did I get fucking stopped out? What the fuck is this? God damn it. Dude, they sold the fuck out of the 85 put. Look at that. Dropped 15% in one candle. I'm not sure they can turn it around just because they fucking sold the put here. Risky proposition, too. It would be a shame if they had to sell more puts. I'd like the puts that they just sold to fail and vol to spike. That'd be cool. NQ's like just at resistance. It's almost fallen back to the low from yesterday. Or, well, from overnight. I would definitely take a double bottom at 17,180. If we slip 85, yeah, I mean, there's so many puts at 70. It seems like it'd be a pretty strong draw. $70 and 75. Right, you have the JPM puts at 75. Like, right. There. Momentum's definitely starting to favor the bears. It's quite bearish on the lower time frames. This is Jan support for NQ? Jesus Christ. That's a big deal. And we just slipped right through it. NQ, it's the futures contract for the NASDAQ 100. Could tech be selling off? Tech is absolutely selling off. Nvidia's down 4%, Netflix down 8%, Meta down 3.6%, Microsoft down 1%, Amazon down 2%, Apple 1.5%, Google 1.3%, Tesla 0.5%, AMD 4.4%. Let me set a stop at 30.25. I'll be right back. Nice. Fall spike. Guess it's time to sell some puts. Well, it looks like we're getting our 75 test. Below 75. We could test. I mean, yeah, if we keep breaking down, we could test 65. 60, 55 are supportive. 50 is the next major level. NQ. NQ has a little bit of support at 17,226. That might not matter much. And support last night at 17,181. The fucking crazy thing here is that vol still isn't even back to where it was this morning. Jesus. We must be witnessing Gravy being pulled off reg show right now. No, they're. I mean, maybe, but they're just shorting the fuck out of it. It got massively more illiquid overnight, which usually isn't a sign that it's coming off reg show. Alright, so short vol's all piled up at the 75 strike, which they're about to lose. This is probably make or break for VIX 19. Back my stop up a little bit here. Ooh, nice. JPM puts in the money. They're going to start selling them. Well, maybe they're not. Ooh, that's fun. Yeah, let's keep going. Hmm. $70 test. All right. Let's see. I wonder if we get support here or not. VIX still under 19. Yeah, it is. Those 85s they sold got de-risked, but they're selling the 75 and the 50 longer dated, so they're not as likely to capitulate on these quickly. And on a slip of either of these levels, they're probably going to try to compound that risk and double down. Hmm. 275. $49.50 or nah? I'm trying to think. We could. So if we stay under 75 through this consolidation, then sure. Otherwise, I think we're probably going to break back up. My calls died for this. Please don't let my gold calls also die. Oh shit, PBR's up 4% today. Fuck yes. When are they giving me my goddamn dividend? Oh, fucking awesome. PBR is expected to pay 100% of the extra dividends withheld by the firm in March. Oh, that's going to be delicious. What am I going to YOLO on? Nobody expects the 49.50 Inquisition. What's the X date on that? I don't know. It's just a report from a Brazilian newspaper. Or Reuters. Reprinted by Reuters. Source was O Globo. Looks like X div date is the 26th. 40 cents a share. Or at least that's marked on TradingView. It's been back and forth between Lula and fucking the board at PBR. They tried to oust the CEO, that failed. It's the most dramatic stock in the world. UGI, it's up like 7% today. You're welcome. If I be PBR now, I can get the Dosh. Yeah, I think so. I'm not sure. You might have had to have had it before earnings. I'm not sure if the X div date is correct. It says that, well, it says X div April 26th, payment May 28th. So yeah, I guess I mean, at least according to TradingView, the record date is oh, there's two. There's 428 at 20 cents a share, and 428 also at 20 cents a share, and that's split to pay out on 527 and 626. Ooh. Next leg. VIX 19. Hmm. Okay, cool. I got stopped out of my straddle. Well, kind of by mistake, but eh. I accidentally set a trail stop instead of a stop. Motherfucker. Do I want to pick up more puts here or just wait? That 100% took a while, but GG's. Yeah, Jesus Christ. What a fucking grind. Awesome. Awesome payout, but terrible grind. I don't think the synth long is going to rip the band-aid. Not at these levels. WeBull app is awkward. There was an IBKR that I set the wrong stop. I must have moved my stop 84 times. It did take some. I mean, I want to say that there was a good entry point, but there really fucking wasn't. You were either like in above, like you were either in above like 5,000 or you were in below it. But I really don't think any of the entries were particularly good. It was just super grindy. Maybe that last test on that Head and Shoulders. This one. That was probably the best entry, but it was tough because like VIX ground down this entire time, so it was like none of them were really good. Best technical entry was there right before vol spiked at 90. It was just garbage. You don't think we'll go lower? I mean, they're trying to stabilize it here. They're selling the 50 and they're selling the 75. We'll see. Let's see how vol reacts.
If they get it back below 19, that's going to be kind of bullish, though.
Interesting. Hmm.
Alright, hold on. I'm just trying to manage some shit here. Let's see. The drop off in Delta is kind of leveling out a little bit. Bulls are starting to try to pump this here. Not very successfully, but they are trying to turn it around. I would watch for any move above 75. Could have some range. If we stay under 75, we could probably fail later into the day. Out of the money call hedge? Maybe. Maybe I'll do like... I'm not going to really take a short here, am I? Nah. This is the best spot for bulls to try to recover because there's just not a lot of... There's not a lot of puts below 65 right now. Some might start coming in. And VIX is staying above 19, but they're pretty aggressively buying the 60 strike on the call side. So they're trying to build up a little bit of delta. Out of the money calls, still pretty weak. And the in the money puts have really picked up, so we'll see. If we get some profit taking on the put side, we might get a reversal, but it's not very strong unless we break 75 and then 85 and I don't know if 90 matters so much, but 75 and 85 are really important. Both of those would need to break for us to get a reversal back to 5,000. You just saved me from buying a put. Nice. You think it's a good place to start to DCA into a Tesla position? But like long Tesla? No. That company is garbage. Do you have a PT for Netflix? Well, initially my price target was a breakdown of 583. Now I don't know. I mean, I kind of want to take profits here. Pretty deep in the money on my puts. I have a stop, so I mean, there's a decent chance that I'll get stopped out on any kind of bounce. My stop's not that far out of the money. It's at 50, like 58, probably like 58, 55. I would get stopped out. York, you saved my paper account. Decent Go EV bounce. This looks desperate, is it? Well, if it gets some capitulation backing it, it'll become a lot less desperate. Remember, 75, 85. Those are the levels we want to watch here. That was a good choice. Oh, nice. Nice recovery. Dork. Ah, I got stopped out of him. God damn it. Keep this party going. I only ended up picking up like 30% on them, but holy fuck, that was awesome. I got a really good fill. My cost basis was like 880. Nice, Greedy. Well done. Number 10 on my FinTwit. Intraday selling appears to have reached a saturated exhaustion point, and we recovered on a test of 63.7 EMA. What do you think about the 200 wide weekend condors? I'd break even, make money Monday if SPX stays within 0.8 over the weekend for a tiny profit. Worth it? Oh, that sounds awful. That sounds like a ton of risk for almost no reward. Hopped in and out of 0DT SPY, dipping my toe back after a long break. Thanks to the insight as always. No problem, man. Well done. Rippies. What's it mean when they upgrade Carvana to 65, but the ticker is trading above it, that it's above their projected price? Didn't fail 49.50, didn't fail 5,000. Look at me making money with calls. This is fucking crazy. Jesus Christ. It's a hell of a bounce. I don't know if it's running out of steam anytime soon either. Market maker, it's like 50-10. If we get back above 90, we could definitely test like 5,000 again. That was nuts. Yeah, in the short term, I'm not even sure that that's bearish. Maybe not SRF around here. I know 18 to 20 is ideal, but it seems decent at 2040. I mean, I probably wouldn't pick it up at 2040, but I'm sure it's not the worst. I think a lot of uranium, at least in the near term, is going to be kind of dependent on what goes on with like Iran. That's where like a lot of the near term risk is going to be pricing, because Iran's a pretty big producer of uranium. The Saghand mine, I think, produces 132,000 tons of ore a year. That's the biggest one. but their production slowed down massively over the last couple years. Also, it makes it harder to get more out of Kazatprom, which is an issue. Hmm. Hmm. $5,000's already up at 620. Jesus fucking Christ. WM options 194. Hmm. It's a little weaker now. gonna need a big pump out of hmm. Alright, let's see how this looks. We could still get a continuation of this reversal, but I think it's going to consolidate for a bit. That was some fun after hours NQ trading last night. Yeah, it was alright. I made like $3 grand, and then I blew up $2 grand, and then I made like 500. It was alright. And then the bounce kind of got really choppy. I didn't really have very much fun playing the rest of that. Like after the initial bounce, it was choppy as fuck. They're super wide candles. Grandeur is no delusion. Trading ports almost up 4x, closing the week out for me. Time to empty it and start over next week. Nice. Well done, man. Yeah, well, I think if we get continuation in the bounce here, it's gonna. I got IWM because I think it'll bleed over into. Like, most of it'll be supported by a strong move in breadth. Like, RSP is still up on the day, despite the massive slip in SPX. And Dow's. I think Dow's still positive. Yeah, Dow's still up 50 points, too. So I think Russell sold off a little too hard there. We'll see. Same for me, but I love the volatility. Yeah, it was a lot of fun to play. It was just not very profitable. Aren't rich fuckers gonna want weekend protection? Rich fuckers are gonna want their short vol to close out of the money. I made $7,500 today. What do? From Netflix? Why does always New York smells like pee, but never my pee smells like the greatest city in the world? New York doesn't smell like piss. It only smells like piss if you're standing near someone's piss. You'll walk away from the piss. I mean, that's the answer. Why are you standing next to piss? You're just desensitized to it? No, I'm not. It fucking rains here. It's not like the piss just stays. Now, the subway smells like piss because it doesn't really rain in the subway. No, GoEV bounced back. I kind of want to play it for next. I mean, I still have $2 calls for next week, but I kind of want to get $3. A little nice little bounce back on the reversal. It's still on reg show. I mean, It hasn't really run yet. It's still very illiquid. So it's tempting to leverage it up. I haven't yet, but I've thought about it. You know what I did do? I picked up some packs. I got a nice 1335 fill on it, which is up quite a bit already. Oh, nice. Oh, it lowered my cost basis a bit. My first fill was at 1380. I'd still like to buy it at 12 though. I don't think it's necessarily going to happen, but that would be nice. I tried to get a fill 1321. No, yeah, that's a little. It's not really a support or a resistance there. It's just it's kind of an arbitrary price. Um, Although to be fair, I don't really think 1330 was a support either. I just saw it was low and grabbed it. I guess back from like December 22. UGI had news. Fun though. Yeah, UGI is up like 7% today. That's some fucking nice returns on that so far. It's almost up 18%. Really, this pickle. How do what? Have I picked any bad, like, long-term buy and holds? Ever? There has to be one that was just shit, right? Fubo at $3. It ran to $8 the next day. That was amazing. Rev wasn't a long-term buy and hold. Express was really shitty. HCP was amazing. SST wasn't a buy and hold. Neither was Rad. You guys are just naming shitty meme penny stocks. Ali Gokul, welcome to Dillionaire, man. Thank you so much. I never told anybody to buy SoFi ever. That company's fucking garbage. You guys have nothing. I never told anybody to buy shrimp. You're just naming stocks that weren't picks. GME was awesome. You guys are just late to the party because you bought the top in January of 2021. Because it was supposed to be long term, but it made 70% in 2 months. I don't know why TR split. Yeah, Express is the only one I can think of that was actually bad. HCP was awesome. My entry was at like 25 and I sold it at 35 like a couple months later. Dole? No, Dole was phenomenal. Dole's still up 60% from my buy-in. BTU's been the most boring one, I would say. I mean, it depends on when you got into it. If you got in below 18 or at 18, it's still doing really well. It's just been really boring. Um, but if you got in, if you were in it like back in 2022 when I first started buying it, you you definitely did well on it. Spurt was a squeeze play. What the fuck is GRND? I never picked DJT. You know what other one might not be doing too well? TAC. How's TAC doing? I haven't bought it yet, but ooh, actually, I kind of want to buy TAC. That's a good price. What Sens was also a squeeze play. There was no bull case for those. Those are just like option shit. How much worse? How much worse could the Japanese economy get? I canceled a bioreactor project the other day. Ooh, maybe I'll wait. Try to get it at 1150. That's so fucking greedy though. Their payout ratio is too high. Yeah, I guess I could wait. 1320 is really cheap though. No, Express is garbage. Management fucked it up. PBR at $7. Halliburton. Halliburton's been fucking phenomenal. Oh, what the fuck? What? I never picked Abercrombie. I don't care what you're buying, Olga. Don't talk to me. It's a utilities company, which is a plus. What is? No, not TAC. TAK. I thought of one HE. That also wasn't a buy and hold. That was just a squeeze play. Wow. Short capitulation, but it looks like I mean it still looks like all of that shit's going to trial. It's not gonna get dismissed. Update. Hal, the Indian one, is outperforming Hal, the real one. True. Pretty consistently, too. Yeah. Hard to buy. You can buy it on Fidelity, I think. Jesus Christ. This is terrible.
terrible allergies. Fucking stupid, useless shots. Goddamn thing.
It's a Go EV play. It's wildly dangerous. It's on Reg Show, and they've been stuffing the price action with the ETFs, but that's gonna blow off eventually. Happen post reverse split. So there's a possibility that synthetically shorts are short in excess of the float, and then that's probably compounding failures at a rate faster than they can clear them. Have you tried just being better at having an immune system? No, the problem is my immune system is too fucking good. It's so good it's trying to kill me. Can GoEV GM rise to $10? That would be ridiculous. I tried not to use the... Hold on. What the ever-loving fuck? Okay. I'm not eating any local honey. God damn it. I live in New York City. That's fucking disgusting. When traders sneeze out all their coke, what drives them? Are they gonna bounce SPX back over 5,000? They're sure as hell trying. Did you get a sell fill on Alex yesterday? No, no. I haven't sold any since the 12th. I hit one of my stops at 220. Your immune system is terrible. Azalastin? No, no, I don't. Wait, is that what this is? I have that. What did your allergist say about popcorn in the lungs? Why would I? What? Gravy calls for May seem way too expensive. Yeah, well, the fucking IV is ridiculous. Failed break of 49.90 significant? Not necessarily. I don't like that breadth is like IWM and Dow are failing here a little bit, which isn't great. How's RSP? It's fucked up, but I kind of want to go long as fuck RSP right now. When's Caterpillar gonna recover? This is bullshit. $350. You know what? It's getting kind of close. What TM do you? I've been allergy free for 10 years. The key, and this sounds odd, take some oak, pine, and grass pollen, put it in a bowl with some 2% milk and Fruit Loops. I think you know the rest. Oh, I have like, yeah, I have big fucking air filters in my apartment already. They don't always help though. No, because if all of this doesn't blow up, right? Um, I think people are going to start pulling money out of tech and getting more into defensives, which will drive price improvement in RSP and or it already is in Dow, right? I'm already long utilities, so I don't think I need to do anything with that. We thought of living in a clean room. I mean, I almost do. This is what I get for opening my window this morning. Punished. Thank you, though, Robin Your Hood. 42 GTE Spy 413C, 42 GTE Spy 455P. Am I stupid? The 51 513 might be a bit far out of the money. I'll probably do like 455. What is that on SPX or ES? Yeah, that's pretty fucking ridiculous. I think that might be, yeah, that sounds terrible. Why? I mean, yeah, why? Vol? Not with 40 fucking 2 days to expiry. Also, the vol on your call side is gonna get destroyed. Like, if we bounce, you're gonna fucking lose money until your 513 goes in the money. And then you're gonna need it to go deep in the money, and you didn't have a lot of days for that. Hey, look, we bounced right off of that line I drew earlier. Cool. Huh. Yeah, the 63.7 EMA. That's not a thing. Um, hmm. This is slightly bearish here. We're losing delta kind of quickly. Yeah, momentum's starting to fall off again. Not so bullish. What do I want for Monday? I'm just gonna strangle. Fuck this. Ugh. NVIDIA retesting 800. Cool. I mean, delta neutral's at 704. It's right around the corner. Good morning. Excited to be back down here in Baratory with everyone. Yeah, it's fun, but it's very uncertain. Any rules of thumb for ensuring strangle width, especially on SPY? I don't know if vol's high enough to strangle SPY. Straddles might be better now, but strangles are risky. Just don't straddle SPY 5000. You made money on your puts today. Be quiet. Not enough. Did you not close the calls this morning? You got a leg out, dork. You ever finish trading early in the day but still watch the charts like you're watching the ocean? That's what I'm doing. Mostly over it for today. Are we gonna chop until the end of the day, or is there positioning that will push us in a direction? We could fail 75 again, which opens up a move back to 50, or we could, you know, continue to try to push for 5,000. I would say above 75 here. There's still some chance at the push up, but it's shitty. And if we fall below 75, it's even worse. I don't think it's going to be choppy, though. I still think it would be like fail 85, fail 75, test 65 again, 60, 65. Or they try to push again and we break 5,000. So I think there's a decent amount of range. I mean, it's chop, but it's very wide. Like 60, the range is 65 to 5,000. I don't think there's anything that really locks us here specifically. Even the MM doesn't want to be stuck here. I wish I didn't get bored of watching my NVIDIA puts and sell them. Yeah. Well, I said if it broke gamma neutral, it could continue down, but it was risky, right? And you would have had to deal with a $20 bounce in between there. I was perfectly happy closing on the gamma neutral test. I didn't re-enter it either. It was just it was like a fucking $60 drop. There's nothing to complain about. That's awesome. I want 5K. Kenny probably. This will be our first 5 consecutive red SPX days since October. I can tell you if we close below 5,000, Monday could be pretty bearish. It would be really bearish if we close below 49.75. And there's still a lot of geopolitical tension, and that's the kind of thing that can lead to like end of week sell-offs. Especially people who picked up long positions last night that are already kind of at risk. Kenny wants 4K, probably. Yeah, he wants the dispersion to break down. He's shorting everyone's vol now. Did you buy back a truckload of Nvidia shares at 100? I really don't like the company that much. I mean, 100's definitely undervalued, but I don't think you're going to see Nvidia at 100. And that's kind of what I did with Tesla and the COVID crash. Was I knew it was still going to be hyped after the crash, and I was like, this is really fucking cheap. Nvidia, I don't know. I mean, it could be. If we were to get a market crash and it were to drop to like 200 or something like that, ridiculously low, yeah, it really depends. I would say that there's probably still enough hype surrounding it that it would go back up pretty quickly. Nice, well done. If Nvidia, yeah, that's the problem, right? Is if Nvidia goes to 100, it's probably gonna go to 0. When are you gonna buy Tesla? Like, never? I don't like Tesla. I think it's a bad company. I think it's terribly run. I think they're going to fail. It didn't make me rich. It helped. I've made a lot of money shorting Tesla too. No price to re-enter Jimmy. I don't want to buy it. So many better stocks. Was Netflix guidance really bad? I mean, their guidance on revenue was bad. I was, basically the reason I wanted to short Netflix for earnings was it was chopping at gamma neutral, right? And so the options market was heavily betting on the downside. Gamma neutral pushed up super fucking fast towards spot in advance of earnings. And then it seemed like if they did meet analyst expectations, they would never be able to guide higher, right? And if they missed analyst expectations, it was going to tank. And so I figured one way or the other, it was going to go down. Taiwan invasion would tank Nvidia, but it'd like put them out of business, right? Like that's what Cobra was saying. If it goes to 100, it's going to 0. Is Beyond dead in the water? It's not dead in the water, but you gotta wait for it to get back on Reg Show again. I'm looking at around $5 something, 5 and change to re-enter. I still have my synthetic longs at 8, unfortunately. Well, long combos. They're 7, 8. I might do like if it drops under 5, I might do like 6, 7. Like sell the 6, buy the 7. We'll see. After OPEX, we should see shorting pick up on it. And then if they short it enough, that's what'll drive it going back on Reg Show again. Playing these Reg Show plays when the indexes are falling is a lot riskier though, right? Because you're trying to play like a liquidity squeeze in a market where active fund sales can generate liquidity, right? And so it's in a trending market, they're really good, but in a falling market, not so much. NVIDIA can become your used computer parts reseller idea. They'd refurbish old GPUs. I realize a successful YouTube channel. Tell people if the stock goes up, there's a chance it'll go higher, but if it goes down, there's a chance it will go lower. No, there's just a lot of variables in the market. That's anybody that tells you a stock's going to do something specific is generally going to be wrong outside of very specific circumstances. But yeah, I mean, trending stocks they trend, right? If it's going up, it's probably going to keep going up. Going down, going to keep going down. You could be a successful YouTube channel just calling out options volume. People love that shit. It means nothing, but they love it. They're like, man, there's like 100,000 contracts at this strike. They don't care if they're sold or bought. Doesn't matter. They're hype about it. I hedged 50-45, 50-55 credit spread for $10 because some reason I kept staring at it. Couldn't get anything else done. $10 for peace of mind is worth it sometimes. I hedged a 50-55, 50 credit spread. Okay. And weird. That's a weird hedge. I mean, like, okay, I can see hedging it above 50-20. I don't know. I don't know what the fuck you're doing. See also finfluencers and furus. Yeah. I feel attacked. Do the down thing. 85 is a pretty important level. Mostly because the delta from the 75 is just pulling on us here. If we get above it, it kind of, well, I mean, it's still a lot of fucking delta, but it's a little less. We can make some sort of like heat map. SX is gonna go from left to right. Get wrecked. It's true. No worries, Ryan. I will say that there is you're not entirely wrong. And it kind of comes with the space. Like when you start out doing this, you're just like, I'll call out anything, right? Like this looks like it's gonna go here, this looks like it's gonna go there. And then you realize that like people don't fucking hedge, they don't manage their risk. They'll just like buy shit at the price target and lose all their money, right? And so you start to withdraw a little bit. And you're like, well, hold on, be careful because this and this and this could happen, right? And over time, there's like there's an effect where you become almost like Pavlovian training, like you become more vague about things because people are dumb. Like if I worked at a fund, I could be like, this stock, this price target, this position, and then you just go to the next one, right? Because the risk is managed off. You don't have to think about it. But when you do this, like you have to like really emphasize like I still give like solid targets, which most finfluencers or whatever don't do at all, right? But they're just like, oh, let's go to the moon. Um, but you spend so much of your fucking time like trying to backtrack so people don't get too excited and trying to lessen the impact of people's stupidity ahead of them losing their money. That's tough. It's tough, especially from like an analyst standpoint. Like we're chopping right now. At above 85, we're slightly more bullish. Below 85, it's slightly more bearish. But it's hard to explain that to people in a way that they'll understand or at least position correctly for. So that's actually been the learning curve to doing all of this, is trying to teach people appropriate risk management, what to be aware of, and how to manage their positions without losing money. It's not been about picking stocks. Anybody Like anybody can pick stocks. It's really not that hard, right? If something has like volume and volatility, it'll move. And even if you're shit at it, you're gonna be right some amount of the time. But teaching people to pick the right stock at the right time with the appropriate amount of risk management, that's really hard. Seriously, the best quote ever to a new trader is the best loser wins. That's why I have you guys read that book. Risk is everything. Yeah, it is. Not to mention, most traders lose money. I think we have, I mean, far above the average number of slightly profitable traders. Did you tell me the book again? It's called Best Loser Wins. Great book. Love that cute bald man. Like, I don't think trading's just straight up gambling, but it because you can beat the house. Um, but there's a lot of elements of gambling, right? Where it's like you've really got to learn to manage risk and reduce drawdowns as much as you can. Like that's where your focus should be. Profits are just secondary. The focus is on preserving the money you have. And the more money you have, the more that's important, right? And I think options and so most traders trade binary products, right? And this is the advantage that I think options traders have is that in a binary product you have up and you have down, right? But with options you have a lot more flexibility, right? You can be, hedged flat against loss and then profitable over time. You can be neutrally positioned and just extract income. Like there's so many more ways to take advantage of market movement with options than there are with just like long and short. And I think if you understand those and when to implement them, you can have a much higher degree of success than you would have if you just traded up or down. And so I think what that does is it allows more people to be profitable traders than you would have just, yeah, like day trading stocks, right? The learning curve is much steeper. Legging into spreads, locking in minimum profits, and walking away like a boss and going about the rest of your day. Down is done. No, well, we broke back above 90, so that's a start. I think most traders lose money because of that learning curve. Most dabble in options, get burnt, never touch it again. I think that's the vast majority of traders that fail. They fail very very early, right? They just lose money because they don't paper trade, they don't take the time to learn, and it's probably like a 2 3 year process to get consistently profitable on a couple strategies. I lose money because I'm an idiot. I think everybody like in my position, like people who say they're helping traders or have courses and shit like that, all of them are incentivized to try to teach like the fast game. Like, oh, you can just do this strategy, it's super repeatable and you can make money, right? Because that's what people want, is instant gratification. Like if you sit someone down and you're like, hey, I could teach you this skill over 2 to 5 years, and at the end of it you could make a very decent amount of money, most people are going to be like, fuck that. And so everything in the world of finfluencers and it's not even that all of them are bad traders, and most of them are, but a lot of it's just that they are incentivized to, because of social media, to like get interaction and drive interest, and to do that you need immediate reward, and so a lot of it's just useless. Also, you should never try to trade the way someone else does. There's a lot of like psychological elements. There's capital, there's risk management. Those are all going to be unique to each individual. If it wasn't for a gig community, it would be really hard to stick with it over time, and so you're profitable. Yeah, yeah, it's tough. Especially going at your own. And so that was kind of my idea when I started all this, was like, I'll build a community around it and people can help each other, and they can learn on their own. They can learn at their own pace, and they can learn in their own way without being guided into any system or pre-constructed trading strategy that only works in like 20% of market conditions, which is what happens to most day traders. Most day traders have very very specific windows in which their strategy works, right? And they make a lot of money, and then outside of that window they lose money, right? And some really really good traders will have a couple windows where they make money, and then they lose money outside of those windows, right? Um, and they really don't know how to trade any other conditions. They don't know how to manage anything besides those trades that they've done the reps for 1,000 times, right? But finding traders that are consistently profitable across all market conditions is exceedingly rare, because most of them just don't know enough to manage change in market dynamics or change in market mechanics, right? I mean, I'm not bragging, right? Obviously, like zero DTEs came online, and that threw everyone for a fucking loop, myself included, right? Like fully grasping the impact of that on markets was a several month process, but I feel like we have now. That's different. It's not like trading any time before it. This ability to be a fly on the wall on stream is priceless. You do a great thing here, man. Thanks, dude. I make money when the market only goes up. Hey, look, rejected on 5,000. Weird. De-risking? Oh, I think that's just de-risking. Pull back the 65 sold puts, maybe? Let me look at the volumes. That's a hard rejection, too. Big spike in vol. Ooh, yeah, that was ugly. Bunch of delta fell off. Alright, if short vol keeps capitulating here, 75 test is the next level to watch. I don't know if 85 is all that important at this point. Maybe. But 75 seems far more important. So like 50, 60 is downside support. Then 75 is the break point. 5,000's resistance. Which, just so you guys know, when we're looking at these levels, and I know a lot of you guys have some trouble trading them, especially the levels I post on futures every night. They're actually really easy to trade, right? You're looking at like the neutral point, and then this would be like above this is the bullish breakout. Below this is support. Right? Below this would be bearish. So like on a test of 75, right? I mean, theoretically, you could even just straddle, right? And then whichever way it breaks, you close the loser. That's one way of doing it. It's not as profitable, but you know, if you have momentum building to the downside, right? On that test, you can short at that level with a tight stop, right? And then if it reverses, you can just buy long the next level, and if it fully reverses, you'll make money there. If it reverses here, you'll stop, right? So you basically you pay to see if you get a continuation to the downside. But that's all you should be paying for. You shouldn't like, if you're day trading level by level on an index, you shouldn't be paying to like you shouldn't be buying short here, riding it up and hoping for a reversal, right? You should be buying short here and then getting stopped out here. And then if you expect a reversal, you would short here, right? You would short on the initial test of the resistance. Or you would like short here and then add, or short here and add on confirmation. You don't charge enough? That might be true. But it's, I don't know. I don't need the money. I don't care. Life has been a lie. Thanks for the bull trap, sir. May I have another? Okay, so we failed 85. So that adds to the bearish momentum. This greatly increases the chance of testing 75. Thank you for making it affordable. That's risk management for me. Pigeon Wheel is worth at least 102 a month. Counter argument, you charge too much. How? You could pay for an entire year of Dillionaire with like one SPX win. Like one 20% gain on a contract. Hey? Gert, can you look at the chain for Spirit 621? Looks spicy. Not sure if just sold calls, but OI has been increasing. See, this is what I was talking about. People fucking love options volume. I'll take a look at it. What's the fucking ticker? I don't know. Give me the ticker. Save? Is Since we're being sentimental, I've tried to follow 3 to 5 different people over the last 10 years to no avail. I've significantly improved in every aspect of trading as well as understanding of the market. You always kill it and are doing great work. Thanks, man. I try. Give Nuke a shout out for hooking you guys up. Thank you so much, man. Nuke's a shill. Don't worry, I screenshotted that message when you won big on Tesla that one time, Carl. So I've got your testimonial locked in already. I didn't screenshot any of the messages when you blew up on Tesla 100 other times, but Jesus Christ, volatility on Spirit is ridiculous. It looks like garbage. There's a lot of out of the money calls. Most of them look like they're out in. There's a bunch falling off today, but 455, a little bit at 550. I don't know. It's got like a $1 range. Like, what's the what's so great about it? You're gonna play a bounce to $5 or 450? That doesn't seem worthwhile. I don't think I tracked the chain for this, but let me double check. Nope. Yeah, I don't have like neutrals or anything, but it doesn't look like it has a lot of range on it. I'll tell you that much. No, we either recover here or fail. There's a lot of puts at 75, so we could just bleed into it and fail again like we did earlier, right? In which case, that could pressure more short vol, or the short vol already pulled back a little, and we could test slightly lower. But I would be cautious because they're still support at 65, right? So 65, 60. But like this would be like where you would short with a stop, right? And then you would probably have your stop set on a bounce back to like 79. And then if you get a continuation, you stay short. If it bounces back, you get stopped out. Oh yeah, I guess like 80. But that's how you would play something like this, right? I mean, they're not way undervalued because if no one buys them out, they're going to go out of business. And most people that could buy them out, the buyout will get blocked. Yeah, NVIDIA 787. Next stop's 7. I mean, yeah, the next stop's really basically 700. Why don't anybody even want their Boeings? Not me. See, and if you had your stop back here at 880, you still wouldn't have gotten stopped out yet. And this way you can prevent a lot of the, by having, almost, very close. Oh, there it goes. Now they stopped everyone out. See how like volume spiked right as it hit that? That's because that's where everyone's setting their stops, right? So everyone got stopped out on the reversal. But if you had a stop, you don't lose much. Or if you moved your stop up on the breakdown, maybe you made money. Unlikely. These candles are ridiculous. Yep. But that's why you want the stop, right? Because then if this doesn't, like, this will probably fail back again because that was just like a big stop loss hunt. And everyone will just like pile back into the puts they got stopped out of. But if it doesn't fail, you don't take a very big loss testing the waters, so to speak. You find your knowledge of the market is like a bell curve where the more you know, the more you don't know. Kind of. I would describe it like the more things you learn about, the more things there are to learn about. Like it's kind of never ending. I don't think who's they? Who's not going to let them go out of business? I think better just sliding your stop around on chart. It's life changing. So this is all the bears that got trapped are now piling back into the puts that they bought in the first place, right? And then see now we're kind of back at that level where everyone got stopped. And understanding these dynamics and what participants are doing at any given point opens up opportunities, right? Because like all the put buyers got blown up here, they started buying back in here, right? Now they have to make the decision if they want to pay more to buy back in, right? And so this is like indecisive. Because up here, they're buying their put back for cheaper than they got stopped out at, which is awesome. But are they going to leverage up when the put is the same price or more money? And that's kind of a range where you're going to get a lot of indecision, right? Because some are going to want to lever up, some are not. And if it stagnates here, more are going to be encouraged to buy in because the price of the put stays cheaper. And over time, that can fail, right? If it reverses again and reverses higher, everyone who bought back in here is going to get stopped out again, which is then going to embolden bulls to buy calls that are further out of the money, right? Because in the short term, calls are increasing in value. And so more people are going to pile into calls because all the calls are going up. This is basic like trading psychology, but understanding all of that's an element of it. I assume you just aren't seeing it. What do you expect for the rest of the month with FOMC coming up quick? Yeah, FOMC is coming up at the end of the month. I mean, I don't think the Fed's going to make any decisions that are significantly out of line with expectations. They're probably just going to hold rates where they are again. I mean, they're definitely not going to cut them, right? We know that much, but I don't think they're going to raise them either. Now, if inflation continues to climb, we might see them raise rates at the June meeting. but that's still pretty far off. None of this matters with no intraday margin and infinite leverage. Yes, it does. It matters even more. I mean, mechanically, bulls pumping is not really a thing in this range. So it's not something I'm particularly concerned with right now. One thing I don't understand is we speak about market participants almost as if they're taking positions to influence price. Well, okay, so you have market participants that can influence price, right? Then you have smaller market participants that follow their moves. And then even smaller market participants following their moves. And then retail kind of getting dragged along for the ride, right? One second. It's almost like a level 2 chaotic system. Yeah, yeah. What's the most common position for a first Tinder date? Awkward silence. I had about half a bottle of whiskey and made 140% today. Nice, dude. Well done. Is NVIDIA shatting a bit? Yeah. Yep. This is what the second put position on NVIDIA would have been there to capture, except I sold those also and took profit on them. Yeah, Cornub's fine. He's just timed out for 60 seconds. Because him and Dork are acting like children. Tiny children. Would margin account 25K? Probably around the time I stopped blowing it up. Diet soda, worst thing to be made on this planet. I don't like it. I can tell you that much. You know what I really want? Caffeinated water. Why does nobody make that? Not tea, not coffee, not energy drink. Just caffeine, water, and like B vitamins. Just put caffeine pills into some water. They totally make it. Google Water Joe. Oh shit. The concentrations are too low. Hmm. 100 milligrams of caffeine in a fucking 1.5 liter bottle? That's ridiculous. I need a higher concentration. I don't care what it tastes like. Karma energy water. Oh, but that's flavored. Gross. That's got 150 milligrams of caffeine. That's a little better. Oh, you don't have to put the... Oh, you do have to put the shit in it. God damn it. I want all the ingredients of a 5-hour energy drink and a bottle of water. Except the sweeteners. I can never find any pre-workout that's not sweetened, like artificially sweetened. Caffeine pills are for truckers and strippers on the night shift. Oh, I've had these before, but they're flavored. And they have stevia in them, which is exactly what I'm trying to avoid. No worries. Like, I like this one. It's called Work Water, but it's also flavored. What are the 5 ingredients? Why don't they tell you that part? Fucking stevia. Why? Why does everybody have to have that nasty shit in the stuff they eat? It's always like stevia or sucralose or aspartame. Like every fucking energy drink. Water, stevia, 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 and stevia. I'm just gonna buy the bulk pharmaceutical products and make it myself. Yeah, just adding caffeine to my coffee. Maybe. It doesn't dissolve well though. You need anhydrous caffeine. Am I back? Hey, there we are. All right. Sorry about that. Is that working? Chat's not working. Ah, there it goes. Yay, we're all back. Yeah, I think, well, actually, I'm not sure. I think my cat knocked my router out of the wall, but it may have just fallen out because the outlet is old and shitty. And it does that sometimes. How can bulls save the market from here? Uh, that's actually kind of awkward. I'm not sure. What did you do? Nothing. What are you accusing me of doing? Your cat broke the SPX. A little bit. Did Discord audio not reconnect? Hold on. Oh, speaking of which, is that working? For everyone? I don't know. Do you think we could break 49.50 today? Sure. My cat is not named J-Paw, nor is he named Hawkish Paws. Has anything happened with the synth long at 5,000? No, it's still gigantic. His name is obviously Cat Dork. Nice. Ooh. What in the fuck? Yeah. That was unpleasant. Just gonna keep going to last night's ES lows. Potentially. There's support at 49.8850. Which is literally 49.50 SPX. Hmm. Nuke, are you trying to tell me that I have ADHD? I'm going long ES here. Yeah? Can the video plow 750 today? Hmm. There should be some support. Around 770, it looks like. This is the greatest dip buying opportunity of our lifetime. Alright. It's got like a blue screen. What the fuck's happening? I'm gonna blame TradingView. Hacked by Rims and Tims? Yeah, that's alright. Wait, hold on, Nuke. Have you purchased their 220i red light panel button bundle? Lol, not yet. I want to bathe myself in red light. Then I can be the most bearish. Just like that. Gherk, you don't have to put on that red light. Wait, no, Nuke, seriously, don't buy a red light thing. Don't do that. It does nothing. You're not fucking Superman. You don't need to bathe yourself in red light to recharge your chakras. Not yet, but I could be. I wonder who buys them. I like this one with caffeine anhydrous in it. Ooh, silicon dioxide and white rice flour. Stefan buys them. I want to trade with a blue hyper mask. What's this mat? It's like $5,000. 12 hours of pure charge. Okay, you're fucking with me, right? That's not how oxygen's transported into the bloodstream. Hold on, Dave, you're a doctor, right? Sometimes? Wait, you bought the $5,000 oxygen mat? I don't have jaundice. Then I got a $1,500 PEMF mat. What does it do? It looks like how much oxygen do you need? You're not a dinosaur. It separates clustered red blood cells. I need to look up the science behind this. I'll send blood pics. I mean, that's fine. Chicks doing yoga on PEMF mats. What more research do you need? If you do a collab to Cosmic Lightning Warrior, I'm gonna max out my lorazepam dosage. Or you could just take a baby aspirin. Is the weight of the 5000 synth long just too much to hold up? It's heavy. I had not planned for my 155 AMD 155p to go in the money so quick, nor my 150 or my 145. It's all happening. I see it being used for fibromyalgia. This is like a study on 3 people. That's the point. They're supposed to clump. That's what they're designed to do. Adjusted systems never function efficiently. So you just think you're better than me with your because you don't have chunky blood? My blood's probably chunky as fuck. I'm just gonna get a really powerful, like, vibration motor and strap it to my back. Or just a backpack full of vibrators. Then I can take it everywhere. But it's electromagnetic. So are those. They're electric motors. Boom. Chunky blood sounds like a Scottish dish. Why not take a small dose of aspirin? Well, I'm allergic to aspirin. Blood should have the viscosity of peanut butter. Nuke takes ice baths to clot his blood, then fucks on the hot yoga mats to break up his blood. Absolute Chad. Any inflation data next week? We have PMIs. And PCE? Do we have PCE next week? Yeah. PCE is next Friday. Don't give away my secrets. Can we crash without VIX going to 20? We're trying. PCE could be hot as fuck. It could be, yeah. Although oil prices have held fairly steady. But, I mean, it's probably going to be hot. CBI and PBI were. Options update now that it's power hour. I mean, we still have a lot of weakness below the 49.50 strike. We're starting to get more options in that range, but this like 55-60 level still has a lot of potential for a bounce. We dropped a little lower than we did earlier, which, you know, I discussed when we were still dropping. Like we could fall to a new low, but it's very likely to still find support in this range. That like 50-60 is supportive. This is what we discussed. Fucking Christ, my Epic pen turned off. I got a blue screen from some stupid K mode error. Is this working? No. There we go. So 50-60 is 50-60 is support. There's a call wall here, actually, like a tiny one. And then 55 just doesn't have a lot of puts. And 50 has a shitload of sold puts. So this range is supportive. Usually drivers or faulty RAM. I think it's leaving TradingView open for like 15 days on end. It has like a memory leak and it gets really bad. Some of the math stuff we're doing in TradingView is kind of complex and it uses up an absolute fuck ton of RAM. Like 12 gigs. Do you not turn your computer off every day? Sometimes I do. Just install more RAM to run away from the leak rather than fixing it. This guy's manifesto is hysterical. Who? Whose manifesto? I want to read it. I love manifestos. They're my favorite literary works. Round depletion mode causes errors for something running in kernel mode. Possibly it results in shuffling of memory locations around, revealing a bad block somewhere in your RAM. Oh, okay. It's really annoying because it keeps resetting my fucking levels. Goddamn piece of shit. High or low? See that? Chance of a 5,000 close. I think there's a good chance we bounce here. I don't know if we could close at 5,000. Do you think Barrick could continue up? I hope so. Got quite a lot of calls at 17. I think most of them are sold, but gold doesn't seem to be slowing down. It's at 2409 right now. I'm seeing 50% sales on Express website. Made me accept the loss and sell. It is now clear to run up to $10. It's usual. Must be Patriot RAM. I think I have Corsair. How bearish is failing the double bottom? Well, we didn't. So, not very. damn it, I gotta fix all my fucking charts again. Dixie's 106.13. I hope these just save the way they are. Start jacking up leverage on the carry trade again. This market's fucked. Oh. Hmm. Looks like Barry could get a 1950 or so to me. My target was a bit higher than that. I was thinking like above 21. But yeah, I could. I got some time. I was maybe by a call there. Silly goose. Yeah, it still might not be the worst choice, actually. Japan Nvidia 0 DT put. They printed like crazy. I have like a couple longer dated puts that are doing well, but nothing intraday. What man setting himself on fire? The protest thing from like a few weeks ago? No, today. Why is everyone setting themselves on fire in New York City? Did anybody put him out? Today in New York City at the Trump trial. Why? I mean, mental illness. TikTok self-immolation challenge. It's like raining. Who the fuck sets themselves on fire in the rain? The chop is ridiculous to trade. Yeah. It's hard to trade with tight stops. Volatility is going to do that, though. I need to look this up. What kind of fucking idiot? Does anybody know what side he was on, or did he not announce that before he set himself on fire? This eyewitness testimony is the most accurate depiction of New York City that I've ever heard. Upper West Side resident who was asked to be identified by his first name, Dave, but did not want to provide his full name, told USA Today he was walking by when he heard pamphlets thrown by the individual fall to the ground. He had a can and he poured fluid all over himself, at which point I said, "Oh, I think I'm going to see something bad here." And sure enough, he pulled out a lighter, I think a lighter, and set himself on fire. God, I love this city. Videos of the situation posted on social media platform X showed at least one person attempting to pat down the fire with a suit jacket. Nothing like throwing some polyester on top of a burning person. Another individual with a fire extinguisher put out the fire. Okay. Well, Is suicide legal in New York City? I don't think so. Like, it's a crime. I'm still fussy. We didn't open at 49.50. Well, yeah. And other news today, short vol also self-immolating. The immolation guy wrote a manifesto about crypto being a Ponzi scheme. Yeah, everyone knows that. It's not self-immolation worthy. It's barely it's barely worthy of a tweet, let alone a manifesto and a self-immolation. I don't know if he died. I assume he lit himself on fire. We do have excellent hospitals. I can't find out if he's dead or not. He's from Florida, which makes a lot of sense. Okay, don't Google asking if suicide is legal in your state. Too late. Wouldn't BOJ rate hike? I think their meeting's tomorrow? Right? Or Monday? When's their meeting? No. No. It's coming up. Oh, it's on the 25th. Apparently he's in critical condition. His name was Max Azzarello, a Florida man who describes himself online as an investigative researcher. He dropped a bunch of pamphlets with links to his Substack titled, "I've set myself on fire outside the Trump trial. My name is Max Azzarello, and I'm an investigative researcher." Who has set himself on fire outside of the Trump trial in Manhattan. A nearly 2,700 word post begins. This extreme act of protest is to draw attention to an urgent and important discovery. We are victims of a totalitarian con, and our own government, along with many of their allies, is about to hit us with an apocalyptic, fascist world coup. Son of a bitch. hate when that happens. Isn't reading the manifesto playing right into it? I mean, I don't think that there isn't room for comedy and levity here. And clearly, neither did he. He set himself on fire in the rain outside of a trial at a park and linked everyone to follow his Substack. Now, reality's dark, but you can't make this kind of shit up. He's apparently in critical condition, which makes sense because of the lighting himself on fire part. What's Substack? It's where crazy people post things. And sometimes computer devs, like software devs, stuff like that. Why follow the Substack? Will there be more posts? I mean, you never know. Shadowban check, you're still here. Gherk, do you see Copper's big peen? Yeah, what about it? It's just 1%, man. Relax. Substack's also where Dork buys his ham radio parts. It doesn't say he was homeless. It said he's a resident of Florida. Similar, but different. It's... Is your redness due to market or fire guy solidarity? Now both. He was wearing a suit, a bad suit, but a suit. Okay. Well, I mean, sometimes homeless people have suits. Okay, riddle me this, Gurk. Yes, popcorn? I own a home, but not a suit. Interesting. When authoritarian fascist coup? I don't know. He didn't. He didn't tell me when, or at least the news isn't. I own neither a home nor a suit. Oh god, BNED anti-MOASS candle. Do you actually watch the BNED chart? Gross. Will 3 minutes ever be worthy... Oh, 3M ever be worthy of a buy? Or will it just trade around 90 in perpetuity until all the lawsuits get settled? It could trade lower. Does it involve us pigeon whales? Why else would he say Q? The pigeon whales would be the authoritarian fascists in this global domination scenario. So yes. But it's okay. He silenced himself. I bet Boeing wishes their whistleblowers were so efficient. And this is what happens when you leave Pigeon Whale. You know? That would be a terrible surf. Yeah, me too. Yeah. self-immolation? Apparently. No, he started this way back, citing Orwell and Walt Disney, older than pigeon whales. Can SVX set itself on fire now, too? It is, yeah. It's been doing that all day. Do we have SPX puts for next week? I don't know. Do you? Or do you have? No. Not specifically for next week, but I am going to strangle tonight. Those will probably be for next week. I have some synth shorts, but those are for June, and then I have a bunch of like September puts. May you? Yes, I may. I may. By the end of the day, I will probably have some number of puts for next week. OPEX to the down or up? I don't know. We're at resistance. Maybe OPEX to the here? Then we'll see what happens. I mean, positioning is probably going to change over the weekend. Things look very bearish. I mean, technically, the options chain, everything. How's Palantir looking? Like a bag of shit, I assume. Oh no, you're red? Did I miss a song? No. I'm bathing myself in red light, trying to separate my blood cells. Smart? I know. Blood doesn't have cells. Maybe tab over and watch. Did you hedge your September puts with various strategies or a consistent mix of selling puts against them plus bull call spreads? I still have bull call spreads. I have bull call spreads at 50, 75, 5150 and 5100, 5200. Those have got a bit of time on them. But I sold puts against a lot of my positioning. Well, I sold puts against a lot of the synth short too. Because I synth shorted at 5200 shortly after that other person synth shorted 5200. So I got a little bit better entry than they did, but right around that time. And then when we broke 5150, I synth shorted the 5100. I have some debit spreads to hedge that, but I don't really think I need to do much else. Probably close the calls that I sold eventually. That's how I'd hedge off any decay from the puts, but the puts are now in the money, right? So you missed the perineum sunning earlier. I know, I didn't make it to Central Park on time. I kind of want to go to Japan and buy something, I don't know, something expensive, like a factory or something like that. Zero DT strangles are too good. 6 to 10% yields every time. I know, I've been telling people this since 2022. Although they are getting worse as volatility moves up. Sounds like you mainly hedge long-term positions with out-of-the-money bull call spreads. Then selling puts if they're out of the money. Sure. Jim's wife here. Hubby just walked in, heard your last comment, and said he's hooked. He wants to join your feed too. Welcome aboard. I'm going to Japan in September. I could broker a deal for you. Okay, let me know. Let me know if you need help valuing a factory. Oh, do you want to do my audits for me, Popcorn? Awesome. Oh, now's the time to buy Japanese chef knives. Yeah, but not in the US, like direct. My family lives in Kobe and Osaka. If you need a place to stay, this is perfect. I have a property in Japan and know all the contacts. Okay, cool. All of them are worth nothing because Japanese yen is monopoly money. somebody somebody posted this thing in this old Discord that I used to be a part of, and I saw it this morning. Hold on. It's really, really terrible. I forgot what it said, but it's relevant now. Oh, the Japanese yen's getting abused worse than Junko Furuta. Ouch. 1988, but still too soon. Bro, who that? Don't look it up. Let me tell you. Crystal light already exists. I don't have any crystals. I looked it up. Stop. Stop now. I smell the fear into clothes. Yeah? Should I Google this on my work computer? No. No, no, no. I already did. God damn it. Don't. It's really terrible. Maybe Japan will save their currency. Maybe. I think Japan meeting with US officials is a good sign for yen. I don't. It's probably not. It's okay. I didn't look. Just triggering IT. Jesus fucking Christ. Sigh. Unzip. If you don't care about taste, back to back back to black coffee. I only drink black coffee. Japan to JPOW. Look, we're doing it. Fuck your calls. Is this turtles all the way down for next week? Maybe. Oh, thanks for sending me the manifesto. Oh man, this is off the deep end. What will happen to short vol position at 5000p? Well, it's very underwater, but it doesn't expire anytime soon. Well, most of it doesn't. Gold just gonna continue to rocket. I don't see any reason for it to stop. Wait till the dollar drops. I told you not to Google it. I said, don't Google it. It's horrific. It's one of those things that you're just like better off going through life not knowing. I Googled it on my work computer. You're your own boss. I don't know if he's QAnon. He's not really QAnon. He's trying to take like a middle of the road approach to conspiracy theory, just wrapping himself in all of the conspiracies. He really does preach a lot of unity, though, which is nice. He really tries to hook you with the obvious crypto is a scam. Yeah, but you know where he lost me? He lost me at, what was it? Hold on. I gotta find the line. Where the hell did it go? Oh, social media owned by crypto criminals like Mark Zuckerberg and Elon Musk. How many DT to straddle for next week? Speaking of which, I'm gonna strangle, but I'm probably gonna buy them for next Friday. You plan on adding more GoEV next week? Maybe. Yeah. I still have a bunch of calls at $2. Hmm. NVIDIA puts too late. They're support at 700. I'm not sure there's a lot of support before that. But 750 is going to be like a psychological level, I'm sure. But did I just reread that whole Wikipedia article? What? Oh. Oh. Because you're a sick fuck, Carl. I'm so excited to go long in 2 months. Netflix Delta Neutral feels like it has a long way to fall. Hasn't stopped, I'll tell you that much. This was a great earnings short decision. Just keeps going down. Delta Neutral's at 540 on Netflix. Sorry, 2 years. I got 4920 calls, 0 DT just now. Was that a decent move? Hoping we get a good settlement price. About 4920 calls. Okay, I see what you're doing. Why so far in the money? 4960. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I don't know how much they were. But if you got them while we were out of the money, that's awesome. All the deltas here, right? So that's a very likely level to get pinned to into the end of the day. Why is Barrick lagging gold by like 20%? Miners tend to do that until they report earnings and production amounts. Also, Barrick had like a pullback the other day because they announced their Q1 production was going to be lower than expected. But once they start announcing production numbers, right, and if spot gold is still high, they'll see more price improvement. I got them slightly in the money for 40 cents, 35 cents actually. Okay. BTC halving in 5 hours. Cool. What level are you strangling? 60, 70? No, definitely 60. I don't know about the other one yet. It hasn't filled. I need a red candle. It did not say YOLO gold. If Japan raised rates and the dollar dumped, as the dollar was tanking, people would be pumping dollars into commodities. So yeah, it would be. Probably not crypto. Then why did I YOLO gold? I don't know. Last year I ran into trouble selling CCs on Upstart. You taught me, all of us, rolling. I had to roll so far out to save myself. In 5 minutes, those CCs expire worthless, and I get to keep my Upstart. Thanks to the knowledge. No problem. Although, I do wish you'd gotten to sell it at 80. I'm glad that you were able to keep your shares. I hope you made a decent amount of premium on all that time. Are you shorting a video or by proxy via QQQ? So I have some QQQ 400s for May, and I do have Nvidia shorts, but I wouldn't say that I'm getting rid of them anytime soon. I'm just like, I have like 750p for June, and I have some slightly ill-advised 600 400 spreads for Jan. But yeah, nothing near term for it. Just say it, Gherk. You're disappointed. I mean, I'm not. I nearly doubled my port today from Nvidia puts. In addition to yesterday, I erased a month worth of bad trades. Yeet. Nice. No. Dave witnessed the fire. When long you are high again, please? Dave didn't start the fire? How long has it been burning? No, Dave just saw the other guy. Dave was the innocent bystander. You iron tack at 13, Fubo at 1. Yeah, kind of. I mean, I want to pick up. I still haven't picked up any Takeda. I don't think. So I'd like to get some. Although they did just cancel the bioreactor thing, so maybe I'll wait a little. How the fuck are they going to go into the weekend with this under 5K, VIX 19, and not be margin called? Big piles of money? I mean, some people will, but not necessarily the biggest people. TAC is a pharma play? Not really. It's an exchange rate play, kind of. Nintendo's another one that was kind of interesting for that. Yeah, no problem. Puddin' flaps. Authoritarian fascist coup this weekend. It's gonna be a long weekend. Ding ding. The day is done. Well, once again, we find ourselves on the precipice of another big fucking drop. Um, Closing the week out kind of significantly south of any of our predictions, actually. Terrible. 49, 67, 24. Commodities moved up a little bit today, 1.1%. Yields kind of recovered after the drop last night, but not fully. 10 years back at 4.623, and the dollar stayed pretty steady above 106. Correlation on the 1 month is still getting pinned, but 3 month core is dropping very, very rapidly, or rising very, very rapidly. Jesus. A big move today in longer term inflation expectations. We see VIX 3 month at 3.16, VIX cash up 4.33, VIX futures 2.6%. Forward yield on volatility remained positive at 5.325. Leverage increased from the overnight low on the yen carry by about 22%. So still leveraging this up a lot, probably to offset margin requirements from short vol positions, since the leverage is very much in line with vol control strategies. Like the correlation there was like 1-to-1 almost. Move probably not updated. Skew, you know, so we're still seeing a lot of tail risk demand. 10.73% of the S&P above its 20-day moving average. And we saw, so to close the week out, VIX contract in front correlation up to negative 21.28%. That started this week much higher, around 26%. So those are becoming pretty quickly more correlated. You can see that over the last several weeks, right? Eventually they'll be positively correlated, and I think that's around the time things get really, really spicy. We're pricing in 0.32 rate cuts for the rest of 2024 currently, or at least Fed Fund futures are. That's pretty exciting. Some big moves in NQ today, down 213 points. Gold up 16, still holding steady at 2,400. Copper had a big move up, almost breached the 450 mark, and oil flat on yesterday, but recovering a little bit. Supposedly the BTC halving's coming up in like a couple hours. I don't know if that's true or not, but someone said that. This puts us in an interesting situation for next week, and we'll talk about it more over the weekend. But you know, we are closing deep in bearish territory, or bearatory, if you will. We are under the synth long at 5,000. We are below delta neutral. The market maker and CTAs are both sellers of the flat tape on the SPX and ES. And we have fallen below the JPM put side of the long put side of the JPM collar at 49.75. Obviously this opens up a lot more downside range. We could see a continuation of this next week, especially if volatility rises over the weekend. We're likely to see the sell off into open on Monday. Next week we do have PCE data, so there is some data coming in that could potentially stem the bleeding, but it would have to come in quite soft. And so far the trajectory of Supercore, which is the Fed's favorite metric, has been skyrocketing over the last 3 inflation reports. I don't think that's going to turn around a lot with this report. So I think my expectations are kind of set on consumer prices still being a little worse. As we start to report April and financial conditions are tightening a bit, it's possible that we start to see a little bit of inflation ease, but we're going to need much tighter financial conditions, probably for a period of a few months, to really turn the trajectory of inflation around. Can't this be pumped back to 5,000 with a massive amount of futures like they did last night? Sure. Although possibly not the capitulation to back it, right? Like last night's reversal was largely possible because of how rapid the drop was, right? Harder to reverse the slow, meandering decline that we had today. BTC will have when it reaches 840,000 block height. The current block height is 839,970. Block time of 583. Have in the next 4 to 5 hours. Okay. Go EV. What about it? I mean, we'll see. It's interesting. It's definitely primed for something to happen. But if indexes keep falling, it may not, right? That's kind of the problem with these like reg show plays and reverse split plays that everyone's been, getting to FOMO in on over the last few months, and had a decent amount of success is when indexes are selling off and that ETF gearing mechanism flips the other way. There's a very good chance that enough liquidity can be provided by active fund selling, that no liquidity needs to be sought by buying in the open market, right? And so these carry a lot more risk. I will say it's like 21 days on reg show, or almost 22 days on reg show, 23 if it reports on reg show tonight. There's obviously a lot of FTDs built up from right after the reverse split, and based on the liquidity, it's got a chance to run. And it could get a decent run. I think Gamma Max is around the $5 mark, so it could potentially double in price. But if indexes are still selling off come Monday, we may not get any run at all, right? So it's a big risk, very big risk. I'm still buying 150 Fubo loops every day. I have 20 so far. Okay. Timeline on BNED price improvement? Oh, could be a long time. Depends. I mean, we have to see how fast the offer gets bought up. Could be really quick, might take a while. And how quickly they can start making that capital work for them as they deploy their revenue streams. I can't emphasize how risky BNet is, and I would not overextend myself on it. But they are in a position where they could turn the business around substantially, and if they're able to do that, which it seems that they are trying to do, versus giving up and filing bankruptcy, it could have some decent value in the future. I think their biggest quarters are Q3, Q4. Obviously, they're very exposed to the time of year where students return to school, and that's what their big revenue driver. So probably around then. I don't think summer is going to have a lot of positive impact on the price, like the summer earnings. They're calling this a market crash. That's a bit soon, but okay. Good. That's what scares people. QQQ sneak crashing in the background. Down RSP pretty green on the day. Thoughts? I mean, breadth has been supportive so far, but if this keeps falling, people are going to just abandon risk assets entirely versus rotating sectors, right? So people are feeling safe rotating into defensives and like stable Dow blue chips, but that's because there's a good chance that this is still just a correction and nothing more. If it starts to look like a crash, people will bail on the breadth too. quick. Are you gonna buy all the 5-cent BNED you can get your hands on? I mean, I'll buy some amount of the offer. My cost basis is 18 right now, so if I could get it to around 10 cents a share, that'd be cool. I mean, I'm definitely not gonna buy like 10% of the company or anything. Oxy, what about it? This is not really the day for this, but I'll humor you. Looks fine. It sold off a little bit the other day. Everyone panicked. I don't know which of you are anywhere near your price target, but I mean, back when Oxy was a pickles pick, the price was like that was the target range for buy-ins. Which means you should if you did buy in there, you should be way the fuck up. But I've seen some of you that even play options on Oxy, which I think is beyond stupid. Sorry, LOL. Do Barrick? Lol, why not? What? I mean, Barrick's just like a big spiky chart that looks like the gold chart. It can go up. I mean, the real move in gold will come if the dollar drops, especially if it drops rapidly, either through the yen increasing in value or the Fed cutting rates. That's where you would see gold rocket, right? Like the COVID crash, post-COVID crash, right? Should I reverse Kramer? I have no idea. All right, thank you guys so much for tuning in. What a fun week. I will see all of you Sunday at 12:30 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. I hope you all enjoy your weekend. See you later.